on our side. But is your microphone turned off now? Yeah, okay. Yeah. This one looks like it's off as well. Is everyone online hearing the echo?
Yes.
Ah, okay. Use the what?
Let me try like this. Now it's the same.
Ah, okay. I'm not sure how to do that. Okay. I've found a button that says volume and I think I reduced it. Can you speak online now, please, someone?
Let's see. Yeah, now it is fine. Fine.
Okay.
Perfect. So
Yep. Okay, going up.
can we start now?
Is that good? Okay.
A little bit, there's still a little bit of echo, but it's not disturbing as it was before. So let's start. Ladies and gentlemen, we are here. Most of us are online, so sorry for not being in person with you, Owen, for your PhD defense. So I'll give you the floor to explain the main point of your dissertation. So during something like 40 minutes, and then there will be the discussion with the members of the jury.
Okay. But thanks very much, Anna, and thanks for the other jury members, Catherine, Stein, Eric, and Pierre-Philippe for being here and for taking the time to read my thesis. So today I'm going to be presenting my research that we've been doing over the last 3 years on decision-making methodologies, and in particular quantitative decision-making methodologies for the contracting and development of hydrogen production systems. And in particular, we're looking at green hydrogen production using electrolysis from renewable energy, and looking at the decisions around asset sizing and energy hedging to reduce risk in these types of projects to allow investment. So first, I'm going to give a bit more of an overview of what is green hydrogen and a HPA, which is a contract for the sale of hydrogen, and why that's important for the development in the industry. And then I'll be going into a bit more detail, different components that make up a project, then into the methodology and the model that we've developed to carry out the research, and then presenting some different results and then some concluding remarks. So first, it's a bit of an introduction for hydrogen for those who aren't too familiar with it. It's a gas that is currently used for a number of industrial uses, in particular fertilizer production and in oil refining. But at the moment, hydrogen is almost entirely produced by processes that use fossil fuels, and it emits a lot of carbon dioxide in these processes. When we talk about green hydrogen, we're talking about hydrogen that is created by electrolysis using an electrolyzer. And that process uses electricity to basically break apart a water molecule into hydrogen oxygen gas. And when we use renewable electricity as that electricity source, that hydrogen gas is created without carbon emissions. And so we can then use it to decarbonize those existing uses, such as oil refining and fertilizer production. But then there are also quite a number of other new uses for hydrogen. And so we could use hydrogen to decarbonize steel making, different uses in transportation, and also for making sustainable fuels. My thesis is carried out in partnership with Verso Energy, which is a French renewable energy flexibility and green hydrogen developer, quite appropriately. And this is a bit of an overview of a number of projects that Verso has here in France. And they cover a number of these different use cases that I mentioned, such as transportation, steelmaking, and other uses. So to set the scene a bit for the context of this research, supposing we are very feeling very optimistic about the future markets for hydrogen. We think that we're going to be able to sell a lot of green hydrogen in the future. We first need to build an electrolyzer, and to do this, we'll need quite a lot of money because they're quite expensive. And so we'll probably have to go to the bank for a loan. The bank, however, is very suspicious, and they're a bit worried that we might not make enough money we'll have trouble finding customers for our hydrogen. And so they will ask us to come back when we can show them that we have someone who's committed to buy this hydrogen over the long term so that we can repay our debts to the bank. And so we go off looking for an off-taker, someone who's going to commit to buying this hydrogen. And we say, how about we enter into a long-term contract so where you will commit to buying my hydrogen and I will commit to producing it for you. And this is all fine, although it's still quite difficult to get people to sign up to this type of contract because there are still some green hydrogen is still relatively expensive compared to not decarbonizing anything in the existing processes. And it's also exposed to quite a lot of risks, which I'll go into in a minute. And these risks affect the production costs. Just to reinforce this point, we can see that the IEA and a number of other think tanks and research groups in energy are noting that the amount of investment going into green energy and also particularly into hydrogen production is lagging behind what expectations we have for achieving net zero. And also it's been noted by many people in industry that the large amount of risks in these projects is holding back investment. So what are the different components of a green hydrogen project and where are the risks in such a project? So as we mentioned before, the base of the project is the demand for hydrogen, where you need to find a consumer who's going to buy it for long term. The price of the hydrogen is going to be about half the capex costs associated with the electrolyzer, storage tank, and network connection. And then the second half is going to be the electricity sourcing, because we need a lot of electricity to make hydrogen. And a lot of research and also industrial studies will usually cost the electricity sourcing just based on the spot market. But in reality, because the spot market is very volatile, very uncertain, there's a lot of risk involved. Producers will usually try to hedge this risk or buy this electricity in advance to reduce the electricity sourcing risk. And they will do this usually using one, two, or of these options. The first, renewable energy power purchase agreements, where we commit to buying a certain amount of renewable energy over a long period of time from a given park. And the futures market, where we buy electricity in advance, locking in a set price, and we receive a block of energy sometime in the future. And it's important to note the different delivery profiles of these two different hedging options. If we are going to predominantly use renewable energy PPAs for electricity sourcing, you can see that we're getting delivered electricity only during certain periods of the day. That's supposing this is a solar PPA. And this might lead us to oversize the electrolyzer so that we can make the most of those peak periods and then add some storage so that we can ride through the periods where there is less production. On the other hand, if we are just going to use the futures market for our electricity sourcing, we're going to be delivered electricity just in a straight band across the year. And so that might lead us to reduce the size of the electrolyzer, so save money on the electrolyzer, and just run it consistently across the year. So we can see that these two, the procurement strategy, even though it's often not covered in literature and in a lot of industrial studies, is actually quite linked to the equipment investment. The electricity sourcing also has ramifications for our eligibility for green hydrogen classifications and subsequently for subsidies. So this is another thing to take into account that we'll discuss later. And finally, noting the sources of uncertainty in this project. As I discussed before, the spot market prices are very uncertain. We also have uncertain production from our renewable energy PPAs. And we may have a certain amount of uncertainty in the actual consumption profile of the consumer, although we can manage this uncertainty somewhat using the offtake contract, which we will also discuss soon. So the overall thesis objectives is to respond to these questions that the producer needs to make right now for a project that may start in several years and is going to run for 10 years. So there's quite a lot of uncertainty in those future values, but we still need to make these very costly and important decisions now. And so the first decision is how to size the assets, and in particular the electrolyzer and storage. And there's a number of domains we can draw on in the scientific literature to look at this, in particular just capacity expansion in energy systems, and in particular multi-energy systems using hydrogen. For the energy procurement question, how to what strategy to use to obtain our power in the future. This there's quite a lot of energy hedging literature out there, and this energy hedging literature often uses the same type of risk-averse stochastic formulation that we use in this work, which I will detail in a minute. And then there's also some literature on how to structure contracts in the energy world, and that we can find relevant literature around PPAs, natural gas and hydrogen contracts. And finally, how should we plan these decisions, taking into account that regulation is different in different places, and the regulation is actually going to change in the future. And there's especially in recent years, there's been quite a lot of interesting research on that area as well. The problem is that these different scientific literature domains are usually not more than 2 is covered at any one time, and we need to make a methodology that allows us to make these decisions taking into account all these different considerations. And so a key objective of this thesis is to unify these different scientific literature domains into something that allows us to answer these very real questions faced by producers in industry at the moment. Now going into the model and the methodology that we've used to try to unify these different domains. This is the framework that was developed in this thesis for taking into account these different considerations. At the heart of the framework is the model, which is a mathematical program, a linear program of a market-focused hydrogen producer. We use a planning policy to obtain a solution to that model, which is a set of design decisions, and I'll explain this in more detail later. And then we test these design decisions on 1,000 out of sample scenarios to see if they actually are effective decisions or not. And feeding into that, we have some particularities of the hydrogen purchase agreement. As I said before, this can affect the uncertainty in demand, among other things. And also we make some adjustments based on the regulatory context, and that will be discussed later as well. But first, to get a bit more of an idea of what the mathematical model consists of, as discussed before, at the very base of the model is always the demand for hydrogen. In this case, for our case study used throughout this thesis, we used a demand profile that would be appropriate for transportation use, so refueling station maybe for trucks or something like that. And we used a fixed amount per year, but there may be uncertainty in the seasonal changes in consumption and also daily consumption. This hydrogen demand may be fed directly by the electrolyzer, or the hydrogen may be produced by electrolyzer, stored in storage and fed to the demand at a later time. The electricity to the electrolyzer comes from may come from multiple sources. The first being the day-ahead market, which is the spot market in Europe. And that is, as we said before, extremely variable. We've used 10 years of historical data and then used statistical manipulations of those time series to create additional scenarios. If the producer would like to avoid the risk of these highly, sometimes very expensive day-ahead market scenarios, they can hedge firstly using PPAs, power purchase agreements, as discussed before. And we use 9 different PPAs, including wind and solar in these different locations in metropolitan France. And then there's the futures. And so we also model peak load futures, which also which provide electricity just during the daytime hours effectively of the day. And so when we're looking to make a solution to this model, a solution is a set of design decisions which include the asset capacities and the optimal electricity procurement mix for the project. So we now know what the model is, but when we want to make decisions using this model, we need what's called a planning policy. And a planning policy can be very simple. It may just be that we will always size the electrolyzer to the maximum hourly consumption of the hydrogen demand, but they may also be more complex, and we will show you some examples of some more complex ones than that. And to give to compare a number of common approaches to planning policies, we've looked in particular at these three nuances of a planning policy to investigate in further detail. And so first, to make a distinction between deterministic and stochastic models or planning policies. Firstly, starting off with the simpler one, which is the deterministic model. In this case, we have our decisions separated into design decisions, which is the final, which is the end solution we're looking to obtain using the planning policy, and operational decisions. So when in our model, we make design decisions and then have a set of operational decisions that for every hour of the year. And these operational decisions are made based on what our capacities and volumes were in the design decisions, as well as the realizations of a scenario. In this case, in the deterministic case, a single scenario that contains the uncertain variables, it contains the variables for renewable production, as well as the day ahead market price and the demand for 1 hour time steps all across the year. And when we find a solution to this problem, we are minimizing the total costs, which include the cost of these design decisions, which can be CapEx costs, but also energy procurement costs for, say, futures, as well as the operational cost. And the operational cost comes from all our exchanges with the day ahead market summed across the year. And we minimize both of these together. When we change to a stochastic model, we are effectively making the same decisions, the design decisions, but we're optimizing them across a number of second stage scenarios. So those operational scenarios in 1 hour time steps across the year. And in this case, instead of just having a single operational cost, we have many operational costs. And we minimize, using this function here, weighting between the expected value of the operational costs and the worst case operational costs, which we obtain using the conditional value at risk. And we toggle between these expected value and worst case using a risk aversion factor. So 0 giving us risk neutral, and 1 giving us 100% risk averse. And so this leads into the second differentiation, which is risk neutral and risk averse. So using this function, this optimization problem, we can come up with these 4 different approaches to, or 4 different planning policies. We have risk neutral, deterministic, and risk neutral stochastic policies. And so the stochastic is only using expected value because the risk aversion factor is set to 0. For the risk averse policies, in the stochastic case, we simply set the risk aversion factor to 0.9, which weights it heavily towards the worst case scenario, but also including a portion of the expected value. And for the deterministic risk averse, we have used a heuristic, which is a rule that says we will always hedge our expected demand using the lowest cost PPAs available to us. So our expected PPA production will match our expected demand in the future, because we are wanting to avoid exchanges with the day ahead market, which could be very high. And in a second step, we optimize then the equipment capacities. Looking now just at the last and possibly the most hardest to explain of these nuances for planning policies. When we are running the model, we need to decide what prices we would choose for the electricity futures as well as the PPAs in the model, because these are always changing. They're not as fixed as, say, the equipment capacities. And a typical thing to do for futures prices is to assume that they are risk neutral, which is to say that if supposing we have a futures price of 70 euros here, And we have these three scenarios for what might happen in the future on the spot market. If this price is risk neutral, then the profit we will get when the day ahead market price is higher than what we paid for the futures, so we can sell it for a profit, that portion is going to be equal to the loss that we would make if these lower price scenarios were to eventuate. And so when this all equals out, we can say that it's risk neutral. Unfortunately for PPAs, it's a bit more complicated. They're often priced lower than the market expected value due to a number of reasons, which can cause problems in the optimization, as I'll explain now. So if we then have a PPA price which is lower than what we expect the market to be, this gain that we could potentially make when the price is high is going to be very big compared to the losses we might make if it's lower. And so a risk neutral optimization is going to see that it on average, it's going to make profit with this PPA option. And so it's going to always want to make more profit, and it will try to subscribe to an infinite amount of PPA capacity, which is not realistic. No one is going to do that in real life. And so modelers often use two options to deal with this. In particular, what's commonly done in a lot of studies is to use a no resale formulation, where we simply don't include this resale profit dynamic in the model. What we propose could be a better option is to use risk averse optimization when making these decisions, and making sure that you have some scenarios where there is the possibility to have a loss, because the risk averse optimization will increase the weighting of these loss scenarios to balance out the model in the end. And so a question we'll be trying to answer is, what is the impact of using these no resale formulations, which are quite common? So that was the last nuance of the planning policy. We'll now just quickly jump to the way we model hydrogen purchase agreements, because this is quite an open question, how to model these types of contracts, because as a bespoke bilateral contract, there's really an infinite number of ways we could design one. And so we have to start somewhere to start analyzing these. And so in the context of this thesis, we've in particular looked at the way volumetric obligations affect the uncertainty in demand in these types of projects. And the way we've chosen to model that is in particular with respect to scenario generation for the demand scenarios. If we have a set of conditions with respect to volumes to be supplied in the hydrogen purchase agreement, these effectively create an envelope in which uncertainty is allowed in the contract. If we say that in the contract, there's a very strict rule that you can't exceed an hourly consumption limit, then that means that in our scenario generation, assuming there's heavy penalties for exceeding this, we can assume that our demand will not vary above that. And so we can then vary randomly different scenarios within that envelope to model that uncertainty that's left over. Now going into the first set of results, where we in particular look to compare those different planning policies, or the different nuances of planning policies. So first, if we look at the differences between the risk averse and risk neutral planning policies, here we have four formally defined planning policies. The top two, which are in blue here, are deterministic, with a risk neutral policy and a risk averse policy. And the yellow here are stochastic policies, one risk neutral, one risk averse. They're in red. And to interpret the plots on the right, first we have the hydrogen equipment power capacity. And so that's the output capacity of the electrolyzer and the hydrogen storage. Next, we have the energy capacity of the hydrogen storage installed. This is the hedging ratio of the project, which is our energy hedging options here on the right. So solar PPAs, wind PPAs, and futures baseload. And if we have a hedging ratio of 1, that means that the expected volume from our hedging options meets the expected volume of the demand. So if we have a hedging ratio of 1, it means that we expect to fully cover the volume of our demand with hedging options. And finally, and in particular, most important for evaluating the effectiveness of different policies is the production costs. And so we analyze the production costs as the levelized cost of hydrogen, which is basically integrating the CapEx and the OpEx costs into a unit cost per kilo of hydrogen. And the bars represent the mean levelized cost of hydrogen, and the whiskers represent the maximum and the minimum levelized cost of hydrogen for a single scenario, because this represents the mean and the maximum in for a distribution of levelized cost of hydrogen using that solution. And so we can see straight away that these risk-averse policies do a lot better. So they achieve a much lower levelized cost of hydrogen, in particular with the maximum or the worst case scenario production cost. And that reduction is very, very big. So 32% for those cases. And so we can see straight away that even for whether it be deterministic or stochastic, risk aversion against market uncertainty is very important for avoiding bad outcomes. Next, looking at the difference between deterministic and stochastic modeling. As we discussed before, deterministic is where we're optimizing on one single average scenario, whereas stochastic, we're optimizing across a set of scenarios. And so this allows us to model the uncertainty. And in this case, so we have the deterministic in blue, the stochastic in yellow. And in this case, we're also going to look at different hydrogen purchase agreement types. The first, starting with no uncertainty in demand. Then in the second, adding uncertainty in demand. And then in the third, uncertainty in demand and the possibility for green hydrogen subsidies. And so this adds some more complexity to our electricity sourcing decisions. And so when we look at the very simple hydrogen purchase agreement case, which is this first column, we can see that the deterministic policy does just as well as the stochastic policy. There's not much difference at all. However, in the more complicated HPA types, there is significant improvements from using the stochastic policy, and that is both on average and on worst case performance. And so we can see that while in very strict cases, which if we're being honest with ourselves, are not going to be that common in the real world, we may be able to use deterministic planning. However, the more realistic projects that do have demand uncertainty, that do have complexity, stochastic modeling is quite important for making good decisions, taking into account all of this. Finally, the last nuance that we spoke about with respect to no resale formulations, where we don't take into account the resale value of the different hedging options. To do this, we look at the difference between a risk-averse stochastic policy and the same policy, but just with that no resale constraint added. And in this case, we see that using that no resale formulation, we have a worse production costs. So our production cost has increased. And this is logical because we're actually removing a dynamic in the problem that exists in the real world. And this approximation biases certain hedging instruments against other ones. And so this can also be seen in the very stark difference between the hedging options selected by the two policies. So for the regular policy, we use quite a lot of PPAs, and then in the no resale policy, we use quite a lot of futures. And what are the impacts of these different planning policy nuances in the real world? Well, we're often using these planning policies to see if a particular project is viable or profitable or not, and also where we're using we're looking to find a price that we can offer to the off-taker that will make it acceptable to us. And we want that price to be as low as possible so that the off-taker can accept it. And if we're using simple policies, such as a deterministic policy, we're probably going to have a hydrogen price that is going to be higher than if we use a more complex policy that's better able to take into account that complexity. And this is likely to result in us being able to identify more projects that are actually viable. Now moving on to the second set of results, where we look in a bit more detail at the impact of different regulations on hydrogen production. So this is important because the regulations around hydrogen production are likely to change over time here in Europe and in the US. And we may also want to see if these different the different hydrogen regulations in different places, such as Australia, such as America, are going to influence the development of the industry in different ways. So when we look at the regulation around green hydrogen production, in particular, we are looking at, well, in our study, we looked at these two particular regulations. The first one, temporal correlation rules, fits into what is commonly called the 3 pillars of green eligible renewable sources for hydrogen production. And to give you a quick overview, basically these rules are all about not using, for example, coal generated electricity to produce hydrogen, because the objective is to use less fossil fuels, emit less. And if we're just burning coal to make the hydrogen, it's not very green, is it? So the first rule about geographic correlation says that the renewable energy production should be located in the same system as the electrolyzer. And so that means we shouldn't be buying renewable electricity in, say, Iceland, and then saying that this is associated with hydrogen that we're producing in Germany, and we're burning coal to make it in Germany. The temporal correlation is saying that the production of hydrogen should be more or less the same time as the renewable energy is produced. And additionality is saying that we should be producing hydrogen from new renewable sources and not using existing renewable sources to produce hydrogen. In particular, in our study, we focused on the temporal correlation aspect, in particular because there's quite a lot of variation in this rule between different locations, and in Europe and the US, it's set to change in 2030. And so if we are going to commit to a hydrogen project over 10 years, we do need to be, we do need to have an understanding of how this change is going to affect our decisions. And yeah, and so yes, that's what I just said. To add a little bit more complexity, we also have the possibility, especially in Europe, to produce low carbon hydrogen instead of green hydrogen. And the nuance here is that green hydrogen production you can think of as renewable hydrogen production. And so we have to meet these three pillar requirements with green eligible renewable sources. And we will receive, in the context of our study, a €3 subsidy for green renewable hydrogen. We also have the possibility of producing low carbon hydrogen if we're connected to a grid that has a very low carbon intensity. And so metropolitan France is an example of this. There's not a huge amount of renewables in France, but there's a lot of nuclear. And so the energy mix of France is highly decarbonized. And so if we would we can produce low carbon hydrogen in France without meeting these temporal correlation and additionality requirements. However, this is not eligible for a subsidy. And the way we model these two different types of hydrogen for the time matching or temporal correlation required for green hydrogen eligibility, we effectively perform a max between the total amount of renewable energy production we have at a given moment and the total amount of hydrogen we're producing from the electrolyzer at that same time. And then we accumulate that across the year and then apply the subsidy. For low carbon hydrogen, the question is quite simple: is if it's a low carbon grid, then we can produce it. If it's not a low carbon grid, then we can't produce it. And if we can't produce low carbon hydrogen just directly from the grid without any time matching, it means that everything has to be time matched and everything has to be green. And so we add this additional minimum green constraint, I call it in the manuscript, which makes sure that you are only producing this time matched hydrogen. And to give a formal definition of a number of regulatory contexts to compare, we first have the high CO2 grid cases in blue here, and annual, monthly, and hourly time matching for each of those, where we have to produce 100% green hydrogen. And we can see that up until 2030, this is going to be the case for annual time matching in Texas, and in Australia. New South Wales is a state in Australia, and monthly time matching in Germany. And then after 2030, this will move to hourly time matching for Texas and Germany. The second three definitions are the low CO2 grid cases, again, annual, monthly, and hourly. And the only example of these I've given here is France. And so we'll be with a monthly time matching up until 2030 in France, and then hourly following that. And so what are the impacts of these different regulatory contexts? One of the, there's quite a lot of different things we can say. The hourly time matching is clearly more expensive than the less strict cases. And also we can see that when we have a highly carbon intense grid and we're only able to produce green hydrogen that's time matched, that leads us to oversize our procurement of renewable energy production. So we don't have the option of just not producing time matched electricity because we can produce low carbon, which is what we can do in these low CO2 grids, which have a relatively stable procurement strategy. In the high CO2 grids, we need to make sure we're always getting enough energy from these sources to produce the time matched hydrogen all the time. And so that leads us to very much oversize these sources. And so that can then lead to these big changes in the final production costs because of the integrated resale value of that excess energy. Finally, to think about how these different time matching rules affect the carbon intensity of the produced hydrogen, we can see these are the US, EU, and Australian low carbon limits for low carbon hydrogen in terms of carbon intensity. And we can see that in the interim rules up until 2030, where it's monthly time matching in Europe and annual time matching in the US, none of these cases in high CO2 grids is going to meet the low carbon limit. However, after 2030, when we go to the stricter hourly time matching, this no longer is a problem in Europe and the US. However, Australia has not proposed to change from annual time matching. And so this will result in a case in Australia where you may have supposedly green, it can be officially termed green hydrogen while vastly exceeding what the expected carbon intensity is supposed to be. And so this shows the importance of hourly time matching requirements for ensuring the low carbon credentials of green hydrogen. Finally, well, the final set of results that we will look at today is the impact of pricing structures in the HPA. And so something to consider is that up until this point, we've been looking at just the production costs, which is the levelized cost of hydrogen for a producer. But this doesn't say anything about the price that we will actually sell this hydrogen to the consumer at. And when we're deciding on this price, we have to, first of all, remember that the bank is very suspicious of us and they want us to make sure that in any scenario, we will be able to repay our debt to them for that we use to build the electrolyzer. On the other hand, what's quite common for off-takers is that they don't want a complicated pricing structure. They want something that is going to give them long-term visibility of their prices. And so they're often asking for a fixed price across a 10-year contract. And so we as the producer then have to decide of this distribution of production costs, which price will I sell to the consumer at? And if we take at face value these two requirements, that we need to choose a fixed price for the consumer, and the bank wants to make sure we will always make money or at least break even in any scenario, it means that we should offer a price to the consumer which is the maximum of our production cost distribution. And so this can lead us to offer some very high prices to the consumer. So this dotted line here shows the probability density of the sale price to the consumer. And if it's fixed, it's just 100% probability at this high price, around 10. And so this is going to make it very hard to get the off-taker to agree to the project as it's so expensive. But maybe we can use a index contract to improve the results for the off-taker and for us in obtaining the signature of the off-taker. And so just looking at a very simple example of an index contract here, which effectively works a bit like an option with index component, which can increase the impact of that option on the price. And in this problem structure, we're looking to minimize rather than just saying we'll always sell to you at the maximum price, we're going to look to minimize the average price paid by the consumer across all the scenarios. And we're also going to make sure that we as the producer are always profitable to make sure that the bank is happy. And so what this will, after we optimize that for a given case, this is for a particular case study, we have these values here, which would then form the written formula in the contract. And this PDA component is the average day ahead price. So this is the index we're using here is the average day ahead price, but theoretically you could use any index that both parties agreed to. And so the results of this indexed variable contract, this is the probability distribution here, which shows that you have a lot more scenarios that are much lower cost, say around 6 compared to 10, than higher cost scenarios. And overall, it actually reduces the mean sale price by 33% with respect to the fixed contract. And so how is this possible? Because we can't just pull money out of thin air just by throwing some numbers around. What this is actually doing is risk sharing between the two parties. So the pricing structure basically defines the final risk allocation. After we've done all our hedging, etc., there's still some remaining risk. And by using an index contract, this effectively shares a positive risk. So a positive the possibility for windfall profits, which using a fixed contract would just be kept by the producer. By using the index contract, we're actually sharing the possibility for that profit with the consumer. And it's possible to arrive at this mutually beneficial situation for the two parties because they have different risk preferences. So if we can usually have cheaper prices for the consumer, that's going to be better for them overall, and it's going to be better for us, the producer, overall, because we'll be more likely to find a consumer. And finally, to conclude, the key contributions of the study is the market-focused model, the stochastic linear program for green hydrogen production, including these different hedging options, a framework for uncertainty modeling and decision making in the context of this type of project, where we have an obligation to sell hydrogen over a long period of time under a hydrogen purchase agreement, and also different regulatory environments, different methods for optimizing and analyzing residual risk in HPAs, hydrogen purchase agreements, and some future directions that could be approached that follow on from this work. While the framework allows us to effectively look at any different combinations of conditions in hydrogen purchase agreements. We've only used I would say, a relatively small set of possibilities, and so there's quite a lot of scope to analyze additional HPA conditions and their effects on these projects. In terms of larger system modeling, quite a lot of system level modeling is done using expected value. And so this means that we might expect the future price of hydrogen to be cheaper than it will actually be due to these particular dynamics of risk aversion and the desire to have these long-term contracts. And so that can push the price of hydrogen up relative to what we expect in a system level study. And so integrating this risk averse behavior could be useful for obtaining better predictions of the rollout of the hydrogen economy. And finally, while the overall model used was stochastic in terms of the design decisions, the short-term operational scenarios is solved deterministically. And so really we would like to include some things like forecasting error and things like that to improve the validity of the results, and also to improve the quality of the decisions. We could also use multi-stage decisions over the longer term that will allow us to gradually increase electrolyzer capacity with increasing demand, or to change our hedging strategy based on changes in the market over time. And finally, this is a list of the publications. I'm very happy that our journal article is now at minor revisions, which is very exciting. And this is a list of some of the presentations that I've done in different conferences, and also different working groups in some other research centers. And I think I finished 25 seconds early, but that is all. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Owen, for this very clear presentation that summarizes, and this was the first challenge, your overall thesis manuscript. I'll give you now the floor to your referees to continue discussing with you your methodologies and results. So I'm pleased to have the first of your referees, Professor Azaro.
Thank you, Anna, and thank you, Owen, for this very nice presentation. I would like first to thank Robin and his colleagues for this invitation to take part in your PhD defense jury. First of all, I must say that I would like to congratulate you for this substantial piece of work, and also this presentation today. The dissertation addresses a very complex topic, and proposes a rigorous modeling framework for green hydrogen deployment and contract design. And I really appreciate the combined approach between engineering concepts and economy. I'm in the engineering field, as you know, and I think the number of works dedicated to these combined approaches are not so numerous, and there's a great challenge in your work with all this with the scope that has been addressed in your presentation. So I found, as I mentioned in my report, I found your manuscript very clear, very well structured, with a strong scientific foundation, and also very relevant application cases. And I think that the presentation today was in the same line, very clear, very pedagogical, and I really appreciate your presentation. And I think it complemented very nicely the manuscript. I must also say that I particularly appreciated that some of the comments I made have been taken into account in your presentation, and this reflects, I think, your thorough approach and your pedagogical effort. So in my written report, I have provided a number of comments and suggestions, and I would like to highlight a few points and ask you some questions to engage the discussion.
Mm-hmm.
So first of all, but I think you have addressed this in your presentation. If you want to clarify and your main scientific contribution regarding your work, how can you summarize it?
I think the main contribution is to, as I said in the objectives, to take a number of quite useful different academic studies that exist for addressing different parts of the problem in kind of disparate domains, and unifying it all in a single methodology that can be used to address this specific problem of planning for hydrogen purchase agreements, and in particular planning these capacity and contracting and energy procurement decisions in that context, rather than addressing them all separately, which is often what is done in literature and in industry.
Okay, and regarding the hydrogen demand, of course, it plays a crucial role in the design of your approach and in the design of hydrogen supply systems. So in your model, hydrogen demand is represented as endogenous or
exogenous.
exogenous, right?
Yeah. So
Yeah.
that's in particular the with respect to modeling the effect of the HPA on a project, there are some things that can you do have to address endogenously, and
Yeah.
so something that I didn't mention in the presentation today, which is in the manuscript, is adding demand flexibility. And so in that case, you actually do change a little bit the dynamics of that demand within the model itself. But in the overall framework, in terms of generating the uncertainty in volumes of demand, that is all done in that scenario generation process outside the solving of the model. And this then just creates your scenario set that you feed into the model afterwards.
And this you adopted a fixed value for hydrogen. If I remember well, 540 tons of hydrogen, right?
Yes.
Yeah. How did you base this? How did you decide this value? And I think in your approach, you didn't differentiate the type of hydrogen demand. I mean industrial or mobility. So according to you, would it be very different? Would it be very different if the demand was not considered as a whole, or if it was differentiated by sector?
So Yeah, to respond to the first part about the actual quantity or the actual volume, that was, as you said, based on a mobility use case and transportation use case for a refueling station, and that was taken from one particular year on a trajectory of demand that was expected for hydrogen refueling station that was one of the projects looked at within the company. And so it's yeah, nothing more complicated than that. We really just need a kind of base, something realistic to use as a number for that. And I suppose that level of project, it also fits into what we would call probably like a smaller, relatively small hydrogen project compared to an industrial use case.
Mm-hmm.
And so the implications of that is that firstly, our storage needs are likely to be a lot smaller in a transportation case with respect to an industrial case. On the other hand, in industrial cases, we may have more flexibility, and so that's debatable as well. The key difference between the transportation case and the industrial case is often industrial cases modeled as a baseload demand, and so rather than having the cyclic profile that I used, you will just have a flat demand across an entire year. And so that can lead you to make different decisions based on, like I mentioned before, if you are supplying a flat demand, then you may choose to use a smaller electrolyzer that you run more often with less storage. But this all kind of, the complexity is still present, where if you are wanting to use green hydrogen, you still have that need to make the most of high production times of renewable energy to feed the demand. And so it's still likely that in industrial cases where you do have a flat demand, but if you're trying to produce green hydrogen, you still will want to have some storage so that you can ride through periods where you have less renewable production. And so it's dependent on a number of things, how that will affect your decisions in the end.
Okay. Concerning the model, you presented a deterministic version and also a stochastic one, but I didn't see, perhaps I missed something in your report and also in your presentation. The mention to the computational time, moving from the deterministic model to the stochastic version. I think there is a computational burden, and
Yeah.
this is not. I think this is quite significant. So could you say a few words about this?
Yeah, definitely. The deterministic model will solve in several minutes, so maybe between 2 and 3 minutes. The stochastic model that uses 25 scenarios, running on the HPC server that we have here at MinParis, that took several hours usually. I think, yeah, I believe something around 4 hours.
And to guarantee the stochastic nature, have you run also several times your stochastic model to have a good representation of a result?
Yes.
Yes.
And so that was detailed in a appendix in the which I called stochastic validation, I think, or stochastic modeling validation. And so what we did there is made 10 different in-sample sets of the 25 scenarios that used different scenarios, all generated using the same methodology, and then testing out of sample those decisions that we made from these different in-sample sets, and making sure that the variation between the decisions and the results was not changing very much. And I actually don't have the plot in my presentation, but I have a plot where as you increase the number of scenarios in the in-sample set, the objective value evens out, and in particular between 25 scenarios and 50 scenarios, there is almost no change in the difference in the objective value, and so that's how we decided that 25 scenarios was sufficient for the model.
Okay, and in the same line, regarding the variable for the size of the electrolyzers, how many sizes have you considered? Since I think that the number of discrete variables largely contributes to the complexity of your model, right?
In our case, we don't use any mixed integer or binary variables. I have tested it in particular with respect to the electrolyzer operation. We did some tests about the minimum operating point, because electrolyzers usually to not damage them, they need to be run above 10 or 20%. And so we did some tests with this that showed that including this dynamic in the problem didn't change the results by much at all. But as you said, massively increases the computational time. And so, yeah, that was our justification for not including those binary variables within the model. And with respect to the capacity sizing, which I think is what your question was about, is we didn't want to, by choosing specific capacities to either install or not install, you're effectively introducing another exogenous influence on the results, which can be quite strong. And we didn't want that in this case. We wanted to really understand in a finer detail the dynamics of the problem, and so that's why we wanted it to be a continuous possible range for equipment installation and for the electricity hedging. However, if you were to use our model and methodology to make actual decisions in the real world, for especially at a later stage in project development, when you're actually thinking, okay, what electrolyzer am I now think this is a good project. Now I'm looking at equipment suppliers and deciding what I'm going to buy from whom. And when you're at that stage, it makes sense to discretize the electrolyzer capacity based on what offers are available from that electrolyzer supplier.
Okay. Regarding modeling, it was one of my comments. I think you didn't justify the choice of your modeling environment. I assume that it was an existing software tool that you have extended, or
no, actually, it was the reason why I know it's very good is because me and Hugo wrote it from scratch. And so, yeah, we're actually that model, the program that we used was based on some initial models that or like mathematical structures of the problem that I made as part of this thesis. And then we and especially Hugo has built this into larger, more complete and operational tool in the Inverso Energy, but it's written all in Python and in PyOmo.
Okay. Regarding your model with your and the parameter to consider risk averse, I mean a beta parameter.
Yeah.
You fix a value of 0.9. So can you justify why this particular value? And have you also carried out additional analysis?
Sensitivity analysis,
yeah, with this parameter.
Yeah, this is probably a question that Stein Erik will have as well. So in particular, the alpha in the CVAR, and the beta can kind of be used interchangeably to change the risk aversion profile of the problem. And at earlier stages, I did some experiments and sensitivity analysis in a kind of 2D manner, looking at these two variables. And so yeah, you can achieve more or less the same results using changing either the alpha or the beta. The benefit of using the beta, so using the worst case scenario and then changing the beta in particular, it has a lot of benefits for explaining what the model is doing, right, by looking at the worst case scenario and balancing between the two, rather than using a lesser value for the CVAR alpha. And the other thing that's important is that both of these values need to not be too low in particular, because then you can get that speculative behavior that I described with the no resale formulation. So if it's not risk averse enough, that is probably the largest worry when defining those values.
Okay. In your simulation results, you obtained perhaps, I think it's the most optimistic scenarios with a cost of, I think it's LCOH, of €6 per kilogram, right?
In which because there'll be different. So do you mean with the regulatory contexts or with some of the other earlier results?
I think before it's in slide, I think 40. You mentioned
Too many slides.
yeah,
yeah. Okay. So
yeah, whatever the scenario, in fact, it's around €6 per kilogram, right?
Yes. Although yeah, I think if we want to find one that has a better price, that will be this subsidized one here that you're getting to for something. But again, like that's also there's some assumptions built into that, in that I am assuming that you have a €3 per kilo subsidy for hydrogen, which is debatable if you could achieve that from the European Hydrogen Bank options. Probably not. Those auctions are actually at about they're clearing at around 40 cents rather than €3. But the cap is at 4.5 and so we used €3 based on the fact that cap is a lot higher, and that in the US the for renewable or like very green hydrogen, the maximum subsidy you can receive in the US is $3 per kilo, and so that's why we use that. But I think what in our study, what is not as important is the final like absolute price, but in particular, how does the price change when we change these different things in the model? And so it's in particular that we were focused on.
Okay. And to finish, what would be your recommendation after this work to boost, in fact, hydrogen and to encourage investment?
So it's something I wrote about a bit in the manuscript, is in particular outside of the perimeters of our research, is the demand side regulation in hydrogen. And so this is in particular, the European Union has introduced some regulation such as saying that 42% of industrial hydrogen use should be green hydrogen by 2030. And there's some other rules also about using sustainable aviation fuel that is produced from green hydrogen by around the same time. And these are really important rules for fostering for encouraging off-takers to actually sign up to the project. So at the present time, they don't have much motivation on financial reasons alone to decarbonize. The emissions price in Europe is nowhere near high enough to encourage them to do that. Hopefully it will go up in the future. And they have their existing fossil fuel uses that are far cheaper, and they also have existing equipment for these current processes. And so changing to hydrogen means changing all this equipment and potentially paying a higher price for the hydrogen in the future. And so it's very difficult for off-takers to agree to sign up to that unless they know that they really need to avoid some future risk. And that future risk we are hoping will come from this regulation in Europe. So encouraging them to make the change to hydrogen. And the problem with that regulation is that the way it's been introduced adds a lot of regulatory uncertainty, because in particular, it's a bit better with the ESAF regulation. It's quite clear how that's going to work for everyone already. And so it means that off-takers have a good basis to make their decisions around that. In the industrial and other use cases, it's a lot less clear. And that's partly because the European Union has allowed member countries up until mid-2026, I believe, to decide how they will individually attribute this 42% to different industries within each country. And so it means that we have another year and a half to wait until off-takers will actually know how this regulation is going to affect them. And so in the meantime, they will be hesitating to sign these long-term contracts because they don't know like how necessary it is for them.
So thank you, Rowan, for this work and also for these complete answers. And I will give a floor now to Anna. Thank you.
Thanks, Catherine.
Thank you very much for this nice discussion. And then it is the turn of Professor Flayton.
Yes, hello again.
Hello.
You can see me, but you told me to, you advised me to turn off the camera, so I will do so.
Oh, no, you can stay on now. Please, you can put your video on now. It's just during the presentation. Yeah.
All right.
Thanks.
Well, okay, so I'll begin by thanking the hosts here for inviting me to be part of this jury. The supervisor team and Robin in particular, thank you so much. And thank you, Owen, for a great thesis. It's very clear, as the previous jury member said, so I totally agree with that. And I also appreciate that very much. It's making it easier to understand and to gain insights from this. And let me begin by asking a general question, which is which result are you most proud of in this thesis, and why?
Even though it's relatively the least complex, I think, and it could just be because it's the most recent result, but I like this contract showing the impact of these fixed price contracts with respect to a variable price. It's the maths is quite simple, but I think it is a result that could be quite powerful in the industry and quite useful.
Yeah. Will you be using this in industry context going forward?
I would hope that at Verso Energy they would use this. This comes from obviously like experience from the Verso Energy, where as I said before, quite a lot of off-takers do ask for a fixed price to be offered, and I think it's useful to be able to show off-takers that if they do allow an indexed or variable contract, it can result in much better hydrogen prices for them, and they might not be aware of that.
Yeah, great. You should be proud, so keep up. This is a thesis very much up my alley, using stochastic programming and also discussing a lot of contracting. Yeah, so this is exactly what I'm doing in my own research. So one of your starting points is that these green hydrogen projects are well, they are quite expensive, they are risky, so they are lagging behind expectations in terms of investment progress. And in the manuscript, you use the word missing finance. So just an open question to you. Does missing finance wording from your side mean that you think there's a lack of green capital out there?
I think so. I'm from memory, somewhere where I might have used that phrase is probably in the introduction with respect to what are the global what's the global investment flowing into renewable energy and other green technologies, and this has actually been a big focus at the what's GIEC in English, in the IPCC, thanks. In the IPCC discussions recently is I think the last COP in Azerbaijan was specifically looking at green finance and how that can be approved. And so it's I think it's not specifically a problem with green hydrogen alone. It can be viewed in a kind of more broader context in the energy industry, but it's definitely applicable to green hydrogen.
Well, I'm not sure I agree with this. There's a lot of pension capital, for instance, in Europe, looking for projects to place the money, and they're willing to accept quite low rates of return for green projects. So, yeah, in my opinion, there's no kind of missing capital. There's a lot of capital looking for good projects. So, in my opinion, it's really these projects that are a bit too expensive still. That's the issue. Would you agree to this, or would you still say that there's missing finance out there?
I think I think both perspectives are more or less valid, in that there is a lot of finance that is looking for projects, but as you said, there's still that hurdle rate that needs to be met somewhere, maybe even if it is a lot lower, and there you can make that easier on the financing side by potentially setting the hurdle rate almost at zero and giving public money to these projects for with interest-free loans or something, or you need the the projects to reduce costs and become more profitable to obtain that original financing that you mentioned. So I think both perspectives are valid in that there is financing available, but there are still certain requirements that have to be met, and the projects are available are having difficulty meeting those requirements and hurdle rates.
Right. So I'd like to continue on the topic of more financial aspects. So in the manuscript, you mentioned that there's a gap in the literature that usually these hydrogen project studies do not take into account contracts or hedging. So and how they affect, in particular, the equipment sizing. So that's very interesting. Yeah, so maybe I can start off with this more general question of could you, so this is, my goal here is to pick your brain really, to have you have learn from you what insights I should take. So could you summarize your insights on what are the effect on equipment sizing from these contract aspects that are used in practice?
Yeah, I think a very important result is how in the context of the volumetric obligations. So here, so I think the thing that I would like to talk about there, in particular with the volumetric obligations for a hydrogen purchase agreement and how they affect demand uncertainty. And if we just look at the two stochastic, you can't see my pointer. So in the first column, the stochastic case on the right, and then the second column looking at the stochastic case on the right as well, you can see that the electrolyzer capacity, when we go from certain demands to uncertain demand, increases by quite a lot. And if we also look at the storage for those cases, the hydrogen storage increases significantly for that case as well. And so we can see that if we have a very strict demand contract that doesn't allow any uncertainty, we're able to minimize even more the equipment that we install. However, if we allow more uncertainty in the HPA contract, we need to have greater flexibility to deal with these changes, and so we need to have invest in bigger electrolyzers and more storage to cope with that. And so that's one important part of how it affects equipment sizing, but there are potentially others as well.
Yeah, very interesting. So I mean, one important policy aspect is subsidies and how subsidies are being handed out to these projects. And it seems that EU is going a path that is quite complicated, with resulting in very uncertain levels of subsidy and quite low levels of subsidy, whereas other states across the Atlantic and in Australia, they have totally different approaches. So in Europe in particular, there seems to be very high policy uncertainty. And how do you see this policy uncertainty affecting the hydrogen projects on one hand, and also the sizing yeah, power and capacity, storage capacity sizing decisions being made in the few projects that will come along?
So firstly, with how it's affecting the viability of the projects, and I spoke a bit before about the demand side regulation, but if we're thinking in particular about how the supply side subsidies affect project viability, what we would like is for these subsidies to make projects that were not viable without the subsidy to become viable. That should be the intended aim. And in the current state, where there's an auction for these subsidies, where they will go to the lowest bidder, it results in a case where, first of all, no one clearly knows what subsidy they will be given. And it also leads to, and this is all just my personal opinion, but it's likely to lead to a case where the people who receive that subsidy are the people who already have a relatively viable project, but just want to get a little bit of extra money. And so why not bid a really small amount, like 40 cents, if we can just get a little bit more money for our hydrogen. And so from that perspective, I think that those auctions are not actually helping to make projects viable in the industry. They're just simply giving a little bit of extra money to projects that are already viable. And on the other hand, in Australia and in the US, where they're using a simple a tax credit, so basically a guaranteed value rather than an auction process, that gives a clear understanding to producer that if I am going to go to an off-taker and propose them a price, I can integrate this fixed price into the cost that I can offer them. And so that gives me a lot, I can use the possibility of this subsidy with a lot more confidence than I would be able to if I was going to say, I'm also going to apply for this auction that I don't know what price I'll get, and it'll probably be really small. So that yeah, is that was your first question. The second question, Stein Erik, was
so if we I'm challenging you to think about how this regulatory uncertainty might affect the capacity sizing, storage capacity, power capacity of electrolyzer, and etc.
Thanks. Let's get. Oh. So yeah, I think the most fun takeaway from that is firstly, yeah, with respect to the actually, this is in respect to the subsidy specifically. With respect to the regulation, if you are going to be having to meet these 1 hourly time matching requirements, it leads you to drastically oversize the procurement, as I said in the presentation, but also drastically oversize the storage and the electrolyzer. So you can see why it becomes more expensive on average. In these other cases, I think in particular the impact of the subsidy is interesting to look at in the case of the low carbon grid, where we have the option of either producing green hydrogen to receive the €3 subsidy, but it's harder to because we need to do these time matching requirements, or you can not do those difficult time matching requirements and you can just produce low carbon hydrogen, but you don't get the subsidy. And so in these three cases for the low carbon grids, there's another plot that I think I have in the manuscript, but I don't have here. So if we're looking at the second column, yeah, it's not really shown here, but basically for the annual and monthly time matching regulatory context, there's almost 100% green hydrogen produced in both of these cases. and slightly less for monthly, but still very close. And so that shows that the using that subsidy is quite attractive in these less strict cases. Then in the hourly matching case, it becomes more difficult to access that subsidy. And so we produce less green hydrogen and more low carbon hydrogen. And so I think that this shows that the impact of this production subsidy is attainable and valuable to companies. And and I guess with respect to your original question, which is about equipment sizing in particular, definitely the hourly time matched cases require greater storage. Although, because in the low carbon grid cases, you have the option of producing low carbon hydrogen, the change in the electrolyzer capacity is a bit less.
Yeah, thanks. So in your personal opinion, what should be the policy requirement? So hourly, is that the most reasonable?
Yeah, I think that the US and the EU have got the right idea, which is to use less strict time matching in the short term while the industry is trying to develop. I think that makes sense. But then not to say quite early on, before everyone makes these investments, that we will be going to hourly at a later stage to ensure the carbon intensity credentials of the hydrogen. That to me makes sense.
Yeah, totally agree. So I will now move to some detailed questions, and I'll begin with additionality. So in the US, this seems to be very controversial. So what is additionality? How is that exactly defined? I couldn't really grasp it from the manuscript. What is additionality?
It wasn't a focus of our actual research, so I didn't go into too much detail about it. But it's very important for deciding what particular park could be used for a PPA for producing green hydrogen, and it's just a difference between an existing park that might have, I won't say park, a renewable solar farm or a wind farm that might have existed for 10 years. And for during all that time, it's been decarbonizing the electricity mix. So that's now part of our current electricity mix. This park. If we then install a massive electrolyzer and we buy all the electricity from this existing park, it means that all the electricity demand, which is still there for our normal uses, is now going to have to rely on a different source of electricity, and it could be fossil fuel related. And so the concept of additionality is about saying we don't want that situation where we're going to pull out these renewable parks from the electricity mix. We want this because the demands for hydrogen are going to be really, really big. And so additionality is about saying that we want this new hydrogen demand to stimulate lots of new renewable production. And so the rules, this additionality rule is about saying that, and the way it's defined varies a little bit between the US and in Europe, but the actual definition in the legislation in Europe, I think, is that it has to be the renewable park needs to be commissioned within 3 years of the electrolyzer being commissioned, and that's how you show that it's additional.
Okay. Well, so in a not so distant future, the electricity generation will, by and large, maybe be decarbonized. And does this requirement of additionality make sense then? You think?
I guess it probably won't. It depends if more load is being added by something or not. And I think if, uh, for example, if like hydrogen demand continues to grow and say outstrip the amount of renewables getting added, then yeah, it's going to push the energy system towards being less decarbonized potentially. And so I think it depends on the balance between the two, the expansion, how fast the expansion of renewables is happening versus how fast the expansion of hydrogen is happening. And I think that with that topic as well, I think that it's not a ridiculous thing to think about with respect to all the data center connections and the new load that's coming with that, to think about what effect that is having on the energy system, and if maybe some of those should have additionality requirements for the energy procurement.
Right. So another detailed question or a comment really is this word grid and low CO2 grid and high CO2 grid. So in the electricity industry, you know, you have the generation being separated from transmission, and grid is definitely transmission in my head. So I really don't understand what a low or high CO2 grid is, because that's not part of the generation. So it does not really have any CO2 high or low. So that's basically a comment, because what I see on your current slide is that you don't use that always. You use local energy mix instead, which might be high or low, and I like that much better. So let's have this as a comment rather than a discussion. Another, well, I could relate it to a question here, which is, so in Europe we have this guarantees of origin system, and so it's meant to ensure that you can't really sell the greenness of your green energy more than once, and in that sense, customers in Germany can choose to buy green electricity or green energy independent of their local energy mix. So how does this play out in this modeling and thinking of and approaches you have to the modeling here? How does this play out? Because the fact that we have this guarantee of origin system means that whether the local energy mix in Germany is such and such, and in France such and such, that doesn't really matter so much anymore, since it's a pan-European system. What's your take?
I don't think I'm 100% up to date with the guarantees of origin, because I think there's been a lot of debate about some problems with that scheme in particular. I mentioned buying energy in Iceland to make hydrogen in Germany during the presentation, because that is a specific problem with guarantees of origin, where you can actually, I believe it, and this is where I say I'm not 100% up to date, but at least in the recent past, you have been able to buy guarantees of origin that come from electricity generated in Iceland and use them on mainland Europe, even though there is absolutely no physical electrical connection between the two. And so I'm hoping that loophole will be fixed at some point soon. With respect to the impact of guarantees of origin in the context of hydrogen production, I'm not 100% sure on this, but my guess would be that you either whoever is producing the supposedly green hydrogen would be using that guarantee of origin certificate. And so the producer of the power, if they want to have time matched green power, would potentially be buying that certificate as well. Although I'm not 100% sure on the nuance of how that fits in with a PPA deal as well, because I'm not sure if guarantees of origin would actually be exchanged or if it is a separate process around that. I think the way a renewable park would probably do their decision is they're either going to sell electricity, in which case they would also be able to sell that guarantee of origin, or they're going to sell electricity for hydrogen, in which case they would just be selling it to the hydrogen producer with that value built into it.
Yeah. So moving to another detailed question, you have calculated correlations for annual capacity factors. And I've commented this in my report also. I think so. You have 10 years of data and annual capacity factors, and you calculate this correlation matrix of many, well, something like 10 different factors. Isn't there insufficient data to do this estimation of the variance covariance matrix? You have only 10 years. Yeah.
Yes, I saw that question, and I still haven't had time to formulate a good response. I think so. Yeah, I'd be interested in your opinion about what would be required to check the consistency of that. Would it be a matter of removing a certain year and seeing if that changes the overall distribution or things like that?
Yeah, that would be a possibility, or I mean, I would put less emphasis on the particular detailed high or low correlations here, because I think they simply cannot be trusted. So yeah, this is just too little data so far. Maybe using some kind of regularization in the estimation would be a possibility also, but yeah.
Okay.
It's a detail. So one interesting aspect is the possible hedging gains within the results. So if yeah, so looking at chapter 6, yeah, so the yeah, this model, it recommends to engage in PPAs, even though even though in the case that you're risk neutral, right? So this means, of course, that there are some gains that are kind of purely contractual and has little to do with the underlying cost of operating and building this electrolyzer and storage. So I'm a bit skeptical to these gains here. In your presentation this morning, you explained that these are kind of real world features that are there and are therefore realistic and should be counted toward lowering the least cost of LCOH of hydrogen. Well, so I mean, this gain here, should it really? Yeah, who should be reaping this gain? I mean, the model, of course, sees this opportunity and uses it, but which stakeholder would naturally in a long-term equilibrium, which stakeholder would be the gaining party, or how much would the gain be?
So something to think about with the PPAs is they're used for more or less the same reason that the HPA is used for in the context of hydrogen, which is to guarantee income to obtain financing for the renewable park in this case.
Yeah.
And because renewable producers are in more or less the same situation where they need this guarantee to the bank, they're usually willing to accept a fixed price that makes them profitable, but is still a little bit below what the market is, what they expect the market price of that energy to be.
Mhm.
And so generally it's the buyer that is the final recipient of that premium. And we have as the hydrogen producer, from that perspective, we are the lucky recipient of that. And in particular, that also feeds in very much to the idea of this risk sharing contract, and where, if I can get to the next one, in the as the recipient of this like extra PPA cost, because essentially yeah, it's not exactly what the case was here, but you can imagine that if we as the buyer of that PPA premium, we gain ourselves the difference between what we paid and what the market is. And by doing the risk sharing contract, we actually transfer some of that gain to the off-taker through reduced prices to them. And so at a base level, we as a producer receive it, but we also have the option of sharing it with the hydrogen consumer.
Would it be possible to identify the size of this component in the LC OH columns?
Yes, it would be possible.
Yeah, so then I would recommend to Verso that this is done in discussion with clients, probably. So
that's a good idea.
Right. Okay, so move toward the few final questions. So the stochastic programming model and the optimization model, sorry, uses a full year, and a natural idea is to try to use representative weeks or representative periods. Have you done experiments on this? Is there any insights?
No, I haven't done any experiments with those, but I definitely see the value in doing that, and especially because what often people think of hydrogen storage as being useful for longer term storage in the context of energy systems, but in the from experience in our simulations, usually the hydrogen storage is operating on a cycle of about a week usually. And so I think it would make a lot of sense to do some representative weeks in particular.
Yeah, so there's been work done on this. Our colleague Sonja Bogren in Austria, for instance. And one idea she has is to use your kind of model and look at the dual values of some of the balance constraints and identify which periods or which periods of year, which hours are the critical ones. And so have you looked at the dual variables and done any analysis on these things?
No, I haven't.
Okay, so that could be future paper also then.
Yeah.
All right, so well, I believe I have used my time, and I will now end, and thank you very much. It's has been a pleasure and also an honor. So thank you very much, and congratulations.
Thanks, Stein Erik.
Thank you for this very insightful and detailed discussion. in say culture of the overall process, let me remind that we try now to stay to have the opportunity, all of us, to intervene. So I invite you, Professor Delarue, to take the floor.
Okay, thank you, Mrs. Chairman. Also from my side, first of all, thanks to the Supervisory Committee for the opportunity being part of this jury. And thanks especially to you, Owen, for the work you delivered, both in writing as well as the presentation and all the discussion we had so far. Maybe as a first question, I'd like to follow up a bit on what has been discussed, and I'd like to challenge you a bit further on the temporal correlation on the measures in Europe that we have in place, moving to hourly correlation. You also mentioned it in the thesis when talking about CO2 intensity. But given that we have an emission trading system in place, yeah, could you reflect a bit upon that?
Yeah, I think just as my opinion in general, the carbon price in the emissions trading scheme should be a lot greater, and that would definitely help to encourage not only more renewable use of renewable electricity in the electricity mix, but also would encourage, on the other side, the off-takers to sign up to hydrogen agreements. With respect to I think for your question, is kind of, would hourly time matching be necessary if there was a high carbon price?
Yeah, maybe regardless of the carbon price, knowing the system, we have a cap that gradually declines, and both the power sector as heavy industry, think SMRs producing hydrogen, they are both under this cap that declines every year. Yeah, the question is, does it then make sense to add on top of that additional rules that, to me, will only make things more expensive? What is your reflection on that?
I think in either way it would make things more expensive, and I don't necessarily think that either making that total volume of emissions decrease faster, or introducing the hourly time matching could have the same effect. And I think the question is, do I want it to be more expensive because of the hourly time matching, or do I want it to be more expensive because of the higher CO2 price? And I don't really have an opinion between those two. Does that answer your question? Or?
Yeah, right. It's just to because I don't think EU ETS was mentioned in the text. I think you mentioned it briefly at the start of the discussion, but yeah, I think it's important to be aware of its existence, right? There is a cap on emissions for the power sector, but also for industry, and it's declining fast. I mean, we will reach zero in a foreseeable future. And okay, you can argue about the price, but the system is there, so the price is to me merely an outcome of that system. And yeah, then specifically for green hydrogen, trying to impose this quite stringent rules, I think it's good to position that also within the existence of that emission trading system. And then a second question, I'm still staying in the policy area, also mentioned before by the previous jury member. The type of subsidy that you currently have in the model is, you could say, a fixed premium that you give to hydrogen, right? So many euros per kilogram.
Yeah.
Yeah, could you think of other subsidy schemes that might be possible, and whether those could have different outcomes? I mean, different implications of the work you did.
Yes, I can think of several that were covered recently, but a good paper from your group, I think.
I know.
So some other, the scheme that you and your team proposes being I feel like I'm going to do an explanation of your paper now.
No,
basically,
the question really is, yeah, imagine that you have a different type of
Yeah.
scheme. Would it change your findings?
Yeah. I think it definitely would, in respect of like if you have a subsidy that just is for the capex of the electrolyzer, which is one of the things you looked at.
Yeah.
I don't see how you would really do you could potentially find a way to do the temporal correlation rules and whatnot with such a subsidy, but they seem more closely aligned with a production subsidy, which is what we modeled. A few other things that exist as well is there's kind of some like unofficial subsidization of network charges, and so for green hydrogen producers, there's usually a big discount on network connection charges, and I think another one that you looked at was contract for difference on the hydrogen sale price. So looking to make up a fixed sale price, a fixed receipt for the producer based on but with a varying sale price. And from memory, I think that was one of your least favorite ones, because that means that electrolyzers will then be operating at times when they really shouldn't be more often. Yeah, I think there's arguments for and against the different schemes, but I think the capital expenditure one makes sense, especially because what is the real end goal here? We want these expensive investments to be made so that people can start using them to produce hydrogen. So.
Okay, no, thanks for this reflection. Then moving a bit into the modeling. So the model setup is fully linear, and it's a two-stage stochastic model. But then could you maybe explain a bit on just some of the basic outcomes? Let's say the average solution in the risk-averse case in the stochastic setup is slightly better than, again, in the stochastic case, but in the risk-neutral setup, right?
Yeah.
So could you explain a bit more on that? So obviously for the outliers, it's clear that if you're accounting for risk aversions, that your extremes will be better, because you're more aware of these possible bad solutions. But yeah, the average solution, and I'm not sure whether. So I have it in the text on page 85. I think the setup of the figures is a bit different here, but it is correct that your average solution is better when you are risk averse than when you are risk neutral, right? Both stochastic.
Yes, I think it might be easier to look at this one potentially.
Yeah, indeed. Here it's the 1.9.
This one. Yeah.
So could you explain a bit on that? Because would one not expect that if you're risk neutral, that the average would be better?
Yeah, and this comes, and there is an omission from the definition of these policies here, which is that both the two risk neutral cases all use a no resale formulation, and I didn't kind of make that.
Okay.
So if you remember that, we're not looking at the resale value of the hedging options in those cases, and that is because if you're not using risk aversion, then your model, if it's risk neutral, will completely exploit this possibility for gain. Yeah, so you actually need that. If you're going to do risk neutral, you need the no resale formulation.
Okay. That's probably I might have missed that indeed. In that case, by default, you would assume the no resale. Okay, thanks for explaining that. And then and I think you also point at it in future work. So you now have this single shot, let's say, investment opportunity, but taking into account the scenarios, so the two-stage approach. expanding this a bit further, how, and so that's, I think, one of your last points of the future work, going to a, where you have multiple stages where you could make investment decisions. How would you go about that in terms of modeling? How
Yeah,
imagine
yeah. So
you would
this is
start to do
actually,
that?
yeah, this is actually something we hoped to do in the thesis, but ran out of time. But at a very, so something that is a principle that we've used throughout is to always compare more complicated policies with simpler ones that we could have. And so this, results in these like simple deterministic policies that we've defined here. And we would take the same approach with doing a multi-stage problem. So what's a relatively simple way to solve a multi-stage problem? We would probably do a rolling horizon type process. And so what we had hoped to do was to do a policy that was a rolling horizon two-stage stochastic program, and then compare that with a more complicated multi-stage solution. So with an additional investment stage and an additional an additional stage where you can change investment or make new capacity investment or change our procurement policy. And so that result, in particular, solving that second problem results in a much, much bigger optimization problem to solve to get the solution. And so in order to do that, we were hoping to make a progressive hedging or ADMM solution to then be able to solve that problem. And we, headed down that road to implement ADMM for the two-stage problem, and then ran out of time before I had something that was sufficiently reliable. And so I think it's definitely a worthy project to do that, but unfortunately it'll be someone else who does it. And
you can't have it all. And also, thanks a lot. In the interest of time, I'll maybe raise one more question if that's allowed, Mr. Chairman. So that would be on the final part, on this contract, if you will, being made by a producer and then an off-taker. Yeah, and then I'm an engineer, so maybe I'm going out of line here, but the setup that you assume here to me seems maybe a bit extreme or conservative, if you will, because this would be the case if there is like one producer and one off-taker, and okay, then they might settle on this. But would things change if there is a market? If there are multiple producers, then I might think/hope that okay, people will think about this and will try by themselves to offer for a price as cheap as possible with a contract in one way or the other that matches the desires of these consumers. Could you elaborate a bit on, let's say, the setup? Is this really one versus one and they have to agree, or would this also be applicable if at some point we would have a more mature market?
I think it's 100% applicable for the development of these projects right now, and because at the moment there isn't a green hydrogen market, there won't be one for a significant amount of time, and so we really need to rely on these contracts to make our project profitable and to repay that debt if we're going to get the debt from the bank. In the future, having said that, we expect these projects to continue operation for longer than what many of the contracts may be for. So often the contracts might be for 10 years, but we will probably expect the actual physical assets to continue operation for maybe 15 years or potentially more. And so there's definitely an expectation that over time, when the contract finishes, we could then have all this extra capacity to sell to other customers, but there may also be depending on the contract, some additional capacity in our electrolyzer to maybe supply a little bit more to other clients. And there's also quite likely, and I think this was a question that Catherine had in her report as well, is how can this model and framework that we've developed be used for when we have multiple customers or multiple contracts even with the same site? And the answer is yes, it can. And it's quite likely to have situations where, for example, people often talk about having a hydrogen hub in, say, an industrial zone, where you might have some customers who are using it for refining, you have some others who are using it for fertilizer, and you may be able to use a single site to supply all these different customers. And this is something that we didn't study in a specific case in the context of our framework, as we still needed to kind of lay some more simple groundwork. But I think what would be really, and I probably should have mentioned this in future work as well, what would be really interesting is to optimize a number of these different contracts, where all the different parties, so the different consumers, might have different risk profiles and different demand profiles. And I think you would be able to find really useful ways to use these complementarity between the different off-takers to find a better solution for your decisions overall. And so an example is that if you have a customer who is using your hydrogen for oil refining, they have a constant need for hydrogen, and it's likely not to make up the rules are going to be, for example, for 42%, say, green hydrogen in the industrial mix, and so that leaves quite another large portion that isn't going to be green. And so by using a large customer like an oil refiner to just take hydrogen whenever you might have a surplus available because another customer didn't use it, that gives you flexibility. So a large customer like an oil refiner could give you additional flexibility that helps you offer a better price to a smaller customer, but who maybe has stricter or less flexible requirements. So yeah, finding complementarities like that is another thing that you could use our model for.
Okay, well, I'll stick to that. Thanks a lot for the pleasant discussion. Thanks a lot.
Thanks, Eric.
Thank you very much for pointing out these complementary issues. I now turning to the comments of Mr. Crépin.
Okay, yes, it works. So yeah, many thanks. Thanks for inviting me to this very interesting presentation. It was very clear, pedagogical, and interesting. So thanks for that. And yeah, I think I agree with Stein Erik Fletten. There is a lot of capital, maybe not enough, but still to green energy production. But there is a paradox. If you look at the investment flows, most of the money is going to renewable electricity. But if you look at the energy mix in the world, 75% of the energy is not electricity. So we still need to decarbonize and to invest massively into that. And hydrogen is really a key piece of the decarbonization of green molecules because you can produce green ammoniac, green methanol, sustainable aviation fuels. And I think your work is really important to understand what are the risk profiles, how could we achieve more interesting prices, how to manage the complexity. So I think it's very useful work for the industry. So thanks for that, and I particularly enjoyed the index contract at the end of your thesis. It's really nice result. I have some questions. Maybe the first one, I think it's on page 58. You have some result that is counterintuitive for me. When you look, yes, on the middle graph in the bottom, the difference between the annual and monthly correlation. Sorry?
So these two results here?
Yes, exactly.
Yeah.
For me, it's counterintuitive. I would expect that the annual temporal correlation would provide you a cheaper LCOH than the monthly. How do you explain the opposite result?
I was hoping you wouldn't see that, but no, this is something I wrote about in the manuscript as well. But actually, and it goes back to what Catherine was asking before about the validation of the number of scenarios in the stochastic model, because the stricter these are all made on decisions that are made based on the setup of the optimization model. And when we have stricter time matching, the model kind of works a bit harder to make sure that it can deal with adverse scenarios. And what happens with the annual one is that there's a single scenario in the 1000 scenario set where there's very, very low renewable production from this wind farm, this wind PPA, very, very low. And the other cases all do well. And the way we can check for this is that the in sample, so the in sample is the results we get from the actual optimization, and then the out of sample is when we check it. And so this is the out of sample results. And for the monthly and hourly time match case, they match closely the in sample, but for this one, it's very different to the in sample. And so that tells you that in this case, we don't have enough scenarios for this case to for that result to be fully valid, I guess. So what you would want would be to have more scenarios, and I did some experiments to looking at I can go up to 50 scenarios, and even that it's extremely rare to get a scenario this low that I got in the 1000 scenarios. So yeah, you're exactly right that this if you didn't have that scenario, would be a tiny bit lower on average, and a tiny bit lower on max. But yeah, because this is a very a less strict regulatory context, and it's trying to optimize that context as much as it can, it isn't quite as prepared for these adverse future scenarios in that case. But it's ideally you shouldn't have that. It's just that we aren't able to, I wasn't able to get enough scenarios to make that work.
Okay, thanks. In your thesis, I think you fix the cost of capital to 5%.
Yeah.
But in reality, cost of capital reflects the risk from the point of view of the investor. Did you compute or have an idea of the sensitivity of your result to the cost of capital? And what would be the parameters that could decrease this cost of capital by a better risk integration, or I don't know?
Yeah, I did some small sensitivity analysis with respect to that, and it doesn't drastically change the results. I'm trying to remember, because if I went lower to in 1 to 3% and then went higher to 8%, one of the directions made more of an impact than the other, and I can't remember right now which one that was. But basically, by increasing the cost of capital, you make the electrolyzer and the storage more expensive, and so there might be a tendency to reduce that. But you because you still have an obligation to supply this demand, and you need to meet it, it doesn't hugely change the electrolyzer in particular. things that you could do to change that cost of capital. I think, yeah, realistically, probably for hydrogen projects, the cost of capital is going to be higher than for other established technologies like renewable energy and whatnot. And so yeah, banks are going to ask for more return because these are new technologies, and they maybe don't have all the there's less understanding and more risk inherent in the technology itself. And so yeah, one thing that will hopefully help that cost of capital is the actual rollout of more hydrogen projects and more return of experience on those projects. And the other thing that has is discussed sometimes, and it comes back to the conversation with Stein Erik earlier, is about government-backed loans and the possibility of having yeah, government provide low interest loans for the industry because it's seen as a public good or something like that.
Okay. In your thesis, you consider you get the electricity from the grid, but did you consider to produce your own electricity, maybe with some storage system, batteries, or I don't know? Because this is something we see as an investor. And do you think it could decrease the final cost of the LCOH at the end?
This was something that that was actually our first kind of studies that we did in this this first publication here. And in that case, we were looking at hedging options as a complement to a park to which you were directly connected. And we did include the possibility to build a battery as well. In that case, I'm not aware of what the battery prices, like CapEx prices, are now with respect to that time, but at that period, at least, the CapEx for batteries was quite high. And there was not interest in the model to install them to reduce the cost. Something that would increase the decrease the LCOH as well is that if you have a park directly connected to you, you don't pay the network charges as well, which can make up 20% of the cost sometimes. So it's not nothing. So that can be quite beneficial, but that would also mean that you are tied to producing the hydrogen close to the renewable source and not the load. And what buying the electricity from the grid allows you to do is site the electrolyzer right next to your hydrogen load and not have to transport the hydrogen across the country. So if you have a renewable park here and the load is in Paris, for example, if we were going to site the hydrogen production next to the renewable production, it means we have to have a big pipe or a series of trucks going all the time between here and Paris to transport it there. So it's a trade-off between like how far away does siting it with the renewables take it from my load, and what is the cost associated with that.
Okay. I had a lot of other questions, but time is running, so maybe I will choose a final one. In your electricity price modelization, you took the 2013-2022 data, if I'm right? Yes.
Yeah. So 10
years of. But in my opinion, the electricity paradigm, especially in Europe, is changing with higher renewable penetration, and we see new effects as negative prices, for instance. We see lower capture rates. We see a lot of new things. So do you consider your results are still true in this new electricity landscape, or what are the qualitatively the changes you expect in the next years?
So something we integrated into this scenario generation to specifically address what you just mentioned, like the capture rate with solar and the depreciating influence on prices. We put in a solar price cannibalization factor. And so this in scenario generation, this is something that is randomly applied at different levels to different scenarios. It's usually 0, but it can increase by a certain percentage. And when it does increase, it reduces the electricity prices proportionally to the solar production at any time. And so it's a quite simple but effective method to take that into account. I think it would be important to also look at a similar factor from wind production. So I think the methodology that we've used is applicable, but if you wanted to further hone it, you could, I don't know, maybe change the distribution of that cannibalization factor if you wanted to be, if you thought that was going to have a greater impact. But just as a general principle for the scenario generation, what we were considering as important to do wasn't necessarily to think, oh, I think there's going to be this renewable penetration in 5 years, or like this nuclear is going to come online. No, it's for the decisions that the scenario generation needs to be sufficiently varied enough to take into account a lot of things that we can't think of, because the future is going to be definitely different to what we predict it's going to be, but we want our decisions to be valid for a large amount of scenarios. And so the particular methodology that we use allows you to incorporate some new dynamics like that, but then still produce a lot of different variations rather than just sort of trying to predict the future, which can be difficult.
Okay, many thanks, and yeah, congratulations again. I let the floor to Anna.
Thanks, Pierre.
Thank you so much. It's my turn also to give some comments more than moderating what is going on. Many of the questions that I wanted to address, perhaps not on the same twist, as I'm more an economist than an engineer, have been addressed. But I have some complementary comments or remarks. So of course, it was a very rich dissertation, and I thanks also Robin and the other tutors for inviting me, and I congratulate you, Owen, for this achievement. Since there is this slide, are you from Australia? Noticed a specific, choice of also what was going on in Australia.
Yeah, good observation. Yeah, it's correct.
Now, which is interesting because we can cross also the experiences on what is the energy transition here in Europe and the other side of the ocean. And Australia is also an interesting case in terms of electricity market design. And it often serves as an example or a counterexample. So it is also, different experiences. Yeah, go ahead.
I was just going to say, even though, I had an ulterior motive for wanting to compare with Australia, it is also a place that where there are very strong hopes to become a large hydrogen exporter as well. And so it's, still.
Yes, I guess that there was something like, also an interest with respect to the path of hydrogen in Australia that was motivating it. However, as a matter of fact, we have different market designs, and I agree also with the previous interventions that what distinguishes Europe is the level of regulation and also overlapping regulations. this does unfold with the market for permits also, as Eric was saying, guarantees of origin, and all that we have now under the Hydrogen Alliance, which makes also some source of uncertainty, because all these regulations are being developed at a different pace, a different horizon, and therefore sometimes there is some back and forth on what is doable, what is not. So, given this kind of uncertainty, I was particularly interested in the treatment of uncertainty in your dissertation. You have singled out some uncertainty that comes from the fundamentals, but there is also this kind of regulatory uncertainty. So my first question is, do you think that you could also integrate in your evaluation this kind of uncertainty that we are used now to call transition risk?
I think you could. The thing that could be so, like for example, you could have scenarios where you do receive a €3 subsidy for time match hydrogen, and you could have scenarios where you don't receive, where you receive 0 subsidy for that time match hydrogen. That could be one way to do it. There's I think there'd be difficulty in decide. Again, I think the better approach would be, rather than deciding on particular probabilities for those, would be to maybe include a number of different situations like that and continue to do risk averse optimization to get something that is going to avoid the worst case outcomes. And then I think what is really important would then be the out of sample testing, including scenarios where you have different regulatory policies. And so something that I mentioned in the manuscript a lot is the idea of stress testing your results, because essentially what we do with the out of sample testing is we check that our results are going to work well despite many scenarios. And so that would be another thing to integrate into those out of sample scenarios, is potentially different regulatory contexts there.
Right. And still on this idea of regulation, I was a little bit, I mean, that's something that I would like to have your opinion is the CBAM, and how this can affect or not, since it is something that I've not completely understood from your position, the development of clean hydrogen. Of course, by penalizing what it is not green.
Yeah, and in particular, from imports into Europe. And I'm not up to speed with how the details of how CBAM works, and in particular how it would affect hydrogen. I would say though that I think considering those time matching requirements is very important for how you consider the green credentials of imported hydrogen into Europe. Because if we look at I go back to, so if post 2030, for example, inside Europe, in Germany, in France, we will need to do hourly time matching, which is more or less going to guarantee that we have a good low carbon intensity of our hydrogen. We wouldn't want to be then importing hydrogen produced in Australia with these annual time matching requirements, which could and probably does have a much worse carbon intensity than our hydrogen, and call it the same thing. So I think I'm not sure exactly how the CBAM is defined and how it would affect this, but I think whatever legislation there is or regulation there is around that, it's important to call hydrogen that is produced under two quite different regulatory schemes different things. It shouldn't be considered the same thing.
I mean, it's interesting because, I mean, hydrogen has been chosen among the 7 sector of CBAM, specifically because there is this risk that I mean, fostering the decarbonization of the industry, we may be tempted to introduce more brown hydrogen. So it is something that I think is not clear overall in the scope of hydrogen legislation in Europe, and that's why I was asking. But I think that you have something interesting also to develop here. Another question, which is really perhaps the most fundamental one that I have on the structure of your dissertation, is that it is interesting and very pedagogical to proceed with different scenarios by complexifying the deterministic one and integrating different sources of uncertainty. There is also something here in this slide. You often use this word accuracy. And I'm not sure I understand what it is accuracy. Also, you use it by comparing the scenarios and the solutions that you find. I was thinking, which is, I mean, is that proxy for efficiency? And overall, if it is the case, is there something that we can highlight as an overarching criterion that is similar to welfare maximizing criterion?
I think at least just on this slide, when I'm talking about time matching being the hourly time matching being more accurate, I am more talking about the ability of that time matching scheme to achieve the to be precise enough to I feel like I'm just interchanging with the word precise there, but to have a clear view of the actual carbon impact of that hydrogen, because if we are using 1 hourly time matching in on the European market, which is for the day ahead at least, it's cleared 1 hourly. It gives us an idea that that electricity is being used to produce that hydrogen. If we then and make bigger that accounting horizon, I would say that it becomes less accurate, because you now don't necessarily know all the combinations of different sources you might have for when you're actually generating the hydrogen. If the renewable energy fits somewhere into that window, it's accepted, but it doesn't actually mean that that's the physical energy that's being used. And for that is why I would use the word accurate, because it's you're narrowing the window of where you're looking at and forcing that electricity to occur at the same time. So
yeah,
I'm not sure
and
if that makes sense.
since you say it comes with greater cost, when I was saying is that a proxy for efficiency, it doesn't seem to be so. Well, it depends on the objective function, right? If you want to decrease emission, this is efficiency. Let me say another, a bit my own terminology.
Right.
But then it increases some cost, which means that is what First best, second best?
I think what you're saying there comes a bit back to what Eric was saying about is it useful to have hourly time matching when you have a carbon price? And I think from the perspective, from an economic perspective, with a larger scope, you could make the question, yeah, which of these two means of motivating people to have greater green credentials is more efficient at in an economic sense. And I don't have the answer to that. It sounds like possibly Eric may have an opinion about that as well, which maybe I should have asked him for when when we were talking about that. But yeah, in terms of the kind of whole of market efficiency, I'm not sure which of those two paths would be more effective. Yeah, I
think
guess
so. Overall, for instance, when you say that the deterministic case achieves more or less the same degree of accuracy than the others, I was saying that there is something more fundamental in economic terms that may be addressed, because in economics, we are used to say that the deterministic case, when you have uncertainty, is a specific one. And if what you obtain under the deterministic case is as efficient or as accurate or as interesting as the case with uncertainty, there is something that has to be explained. So I was just a little bit puzzled, but I think that the complexity of the models that you propose are perhaps even too complex with respect to what we use in economics to compare in terms of welfare different scenarios.
I think is it probably, I think the words that I use to compare the different policies and solutions in the text is often either effectiveness, which sounds like that effectiveness maybe has some more economic meaning that I don't know, or performance is the other word that I would use a lot. And in the context of my thesis, it's almost exclusively that impact on production cost. And so if you are able to the metrics that we use to assess the effectiveness or performance of a solution is what is the mean production cost and what is the max production cost. And if a solution is better on both of those, then we would say it's more effective or a better performing policy. So I think that's probably different to what it sounds like the formal economic definition is, but at least for when we're just looking at this particular problem, that's how we're measuring them.
Right. In sake of time, my last question would be also stretching a little bit on the economic dimension. You have described a lot of markets and players under the implicit assumption that there is perfect competition, which is, of course, a way to also to classify your solutions and putting away other kind of inefficiencies, still in economic terms. But of course, it is not realistic, especially if we see the market for hydrogen. It is quite polarized. On one side, we have small and high-tech firms. On the other side, we have the big players, already existing players in the market for hydrogen, national players. And just to challenge your vision of this market, how do you think your solutions will be will somehow resist? Do they hold under a more complex market structure in which some operators are not pursuing this idea of giving the best opportunities for hydrogen to reveal his decarbonization potential, but shifting their interest in their maximization of their profit, not in the sense that you have done, but creating a margin.
I think firstly, yeah, two factors are the possibility for producers to make a greater margin with respect to the off-taker in these projects, and the other is that I think is interesting to think about is the effect that these long-term contracts might have. And so on the first point, I think at the present time, it just because it's already really difficult to get off-takers to sign up to any contract that might have an increased cost because of the regulatory uncertainty and so on. There's very strong pressure on producers to make that margin as small as possible. And so I think, yeah, at the present time, there's not much room for producers to do that. Although, yeah, after a period of time when there's some more projects have been installed and are functioning well, and more off-takers looking to decarbonize their certain processes because the regulation is starting to come in, that's when I think the producers may be able to make a bit more of a margin, especially those that have been able to demonstrate that they really master these projects. And the other thing that I think is interesting with respect to competition, like you were mentioning, is the impact that these long-term agreements could have, because you essentially these long-term agreements kind of reduce competition in a like they reduce participants in an open market, I would say. And so that is going to have longer term impacts on the industry and the development of that hydrogen market, because we can imagine that for the next 10 years there might be, if a hydrogen market does evolve, it's probably going to be quite illiquid due to all these long-term contracts. But then after 10 years, when all these contracts finish, we'll suddenly have like quite good competitive market and a lot more market exchanges of hydrogen.
All right. So thank you so much for this clarification. I'm gonna stop here to give you the floor to the team that has tutored your PhD. I don't know. I know that the other way around. Ruben would like to intervene at the end, but I don't know how you want to share the intervention among you.
Okay, maybe I can start. I'm Hugo Rade, so from Verso Energy. So I'm going to be quick because it's getting really cold here. So yeah, Owen, congratulations. Thank you for your great presentation and for your high quality work. What I want to say is when we met for the first time at Verso Energy at the beginning of your PhD, I quickly realized that you had a high degree of maturity and a really good understanding of all the subject. So I was not really afraid about the direction of your thesis. But I think what makes you work really nice and powerful is that you always pay attention to make your work valuable for the company. And you do that by discussing with all the people at Verso, trying to get feedback of what you've done and so on. So congratulations for that. And I know that you are a bit frustrated because you think that you didn't manage to show Verso the full relevance of your work, but I swear that we are going to integrate all of that in our tools and processes. because I'm really convinced that it has all these findings have a really high value for the company. So thank you very much. And apart from that, it was a real pleasure to work with you. You are really a really nice and attentive person, always smiling. So which make the journey so enjoyable. So thank you for everything. And yeah, thank you to share this adventure with us. Thank you.
Thanks very much.
Yeah, so my turn, Simon. So I was co-supervising you, so same thing. So your attitude was, excellent. So it was a real pleasure to work with you and with Hugo and Robin also, of course. You managed to maintain a very good balance between the engineering mindset, so finding efficient solutions, but also, the researcher attitude, so curiosity about also new fields, which is not easier. So markets, finance, all that. But at the same time, knowing, sometimes to stop and just, deliver. And so throughout, we are all very pleased, I think, with the results, and I hope we can, continue to work together. We are now active on, decarbonization via what Roma is doing, but also we have other projects, also with multi-energy systems. So with pleasure to work again with you.
Yeah, me too. Thanks, Simon.
Okay, my turn. So thanks everyone for attending, also the jury member here and there. And so thanks for Verso also for financing this work. It was a very interesting partnership because when you work with a small, can I say small? I mean, you're smaller than EDF or NG at least. And when you work with a small company like that, you can discuss with the head. And he's not telling us everything, but still we had access to people buying energy, and really Verso Energy made a lot of effort to open the discussion so that we do research that is not only thought from academic. And I really thought that was interesting. And so thanks a lot on the side of Verso, and also because there was Hugo all along the PhD. It was not Hugo really worked with us, and that was very interesting. So I had the feeling working with a big company that is doing R&D. Really. So that was great. And so thanks for you, because it was a pleasure working with you. As said before, for your smile and for your attitude, very positive attitude, dynamic and curious about everything. And I really appreciated that you like entering the technical details and deeply, and spend a lot of time going further and further. But sometimes you reach a point where you say, okay, now take a step back, and I can even decide to remove something because I find it not useful in the overall picture. And we have the example of the ADMM. We've worked a lot on this very fancy optimization, and you wanted to do mathematics on that. That was very interesting. And when you realized that there was not a clear improvement by using this ADMM, then you decided just to it's somewhere in the appendix maybe, or and so I really, this is maturity really, and we see it in the presentation today that you've been through a lot of different questions by just passing through details that we've spent so much time on. And so that was really it's a good point that you've reached at the end of your PhD, and we saw you progressing and taking step backs after step backs. So please don't fall behind. But so yeah, I hope we'll have opportunities to work in the future. Also, I know you're going in another, but still working in energy. So yeah, thanks a lot. So now we're gonna take a step back and meet in the other room. And
we disconnect from here and we go on the other link.
Exactly, yes. And for the people in the room, we'll be back in, I guess less than 20, 30 minutes, we'll see.
Yeah, we'll wait here. Yeah.
We'll inform you.
Thank you.
And I might. Do I stop the presentation online now, or are they? Okay. Okay.
Est-ce que ça va? Voilà, il arrive, Simon. Est-ce que de votre côté, tout le monde est connecté? Catherine, en fait, on n'arrive pas à vous mettre en mosaïque, c'est vraiment dommage. Mais on voit Catherine en grand et Eric en petit, mais on ne voit pas les autres. Mais sans doute que si Anna prend la parole, elle sera affichée en grand.
Parce que...
Ah, là, ça y est, oui.
Il va m'épingler peut-être.
Là, c'est bon. En plus, on vous voit,
oui,
tous les trois, mais on ne voit pas Stein et Eric. Bon. Et normalement, je pense que vous devez nous rejoindre, les membres du jury.
Ah, merci. Ah, trop bien.
Oui, vous montez, oui. Et Simon aussi. Ça y est, vous ne nous voyez pas. You can't see us, but we're all on stage.
Great. When your mic, so maybe I won't hear again this echo.
So we can
Do
hear
you
you
think
clearly.
it is possible?
We can switch off the mic.
Ah.
Was it better? We switched off, but when we switched off, we can't say anything.
Okay, no, it doesn't matter. So, Mr. Robert Palmer, the committee has deliberated on based on your PhD defense, and I'm now going to read what it is our assessment of the defense that we have found of very high quality. The candidate's presentation was clear and complementary to the manuscript. It was outstanding as it has cleverly summarized the key ideas of the manuscript. Mr. Palmer demonstrated excellent mastery of the methodology employed. During the defense, he extensively discussed his results and answered the questions posed by the referees and the examiners. He clarified the details he was asked about and successfully positioned his research within a broader context of the model he has proposed in the manuscript. His research is very timely and offers a rigorous modeling perspective on fundamental questions such as hydrogen contracts, market design, and the importance of risk aversion. He demonstrated a solid approach from a technological, industrial, and engineering standpoint. His responses to the question behind his modeling were convincing, showcasing his maturity and research skills. Based on this excellent evaluation and taking into account the quality of the manuscript, we award you the title of, I'm going to say it in French, Docteur en énergétique et procédés de l'Université Mines PSL, and we congratulate you for such an achievement.
Ok. Je vais le lire.
It's all you can say. Congratulations. Yes,
you.
and then if you have chosen to do so, you read the integrity charter.
Okay, so I have chosen to do so. I'm going to do so in French. En présence de mes pairs, parvenu à l'issue de mon doctorat en procédés et énergie, c'était ça? Oui. ayant ainsi pratiqué dans ma quête du savoir l'exercice d'une recherche scientifique exigeante en cultivant la rigueur intellectuelle, la réflexivité éthique et dans le respect des principes de l'intégrité scientifique, je m'engage pour ce qui dépendra de moi dans la suite de ma carrière professionnelle, quel qu'en soit le secteur ou le domaine de l'activité, à maintenir un conduite intègre dans mon rapport au savoir, mes méthodes et mes résultats.
Très bien. Sorry for not attending you. Maybe it's a little bit frustrating because you have most of your committee online, but it is not that we are not, participating, and very happy to be part of this adventure.
Thank you very much, Anna, and thank you, Stein, Eric, and Catherine as well for the really interesting questions and discussion. I really enjoyed it, and thanks so much for taking the time to read the manuscript, and for Catherine and Stein, Eric, to give me your reports as well, which raised many interesting questions. And I would also like to thank my, and to Philippe as well. So and especially thank you for being our token present jury member. I would also very much like to thank my supervisors, Robin, for all the support and the really interesting directions you've helped us take this thesis. It's been a real pleasure working with you. I think for all my supervisors, I can say that what has made the thesis so enjoyable is working with three people who are also very curious and very lovely people on a personal level, and it's been a real pleasure. I'd like to thank as well Simon, especially, and I think I mentioned the thesis for always being available at the last minute when I need to submit an article the following week, and rereading my work, and of course, Hugo, for just being so present throughout all of the work that I've done all across this thesis, always having the time to help me find even problems in code, and think about very much detail the work that I've been doing, as well as the bigger picture. It couldn't have been the same work without you, and so thank you. Yeah. Oh, and I'd also like to thank especially my parents who are here today. They've been really important support for me over the years, and especially during the last 3 years during this thesis. And I'd like to thank all my friends, many of whom are here, but I think in terms of my colleagues from per se, I'd especially like to thank a few people who aren't here today, Lucas, Julia, and also Kontan, who I believe has started working with Eric this week. So
today, this morning.
So please tell Kontan I said hello, Eric. And then all my other colleagues, the staff here, and the heads of school, George and Arnaud, have been really supportive. I would also like to thank the staff like Bridget, Laurent, and Sophie for helping me with various administrative things and IT things, and my other friends from Australia, and also other friends in Europe for supporting me on this time. And then, of course, everyone at Verso Energy, especially Antoine, who entrusted me with this project. And as Robin said, it's not every small company has leadership that is insightful enough to think about investing in the long-term innovation, and so I think Verso Energy should really be commended for that. And it's been a pleasure working with everyone in the company and learning from them about their work on many a variety of things ranging from hydrogen projects to also renewable energy projects and batteries. So that's yeah, it's a fantastic company with a lot of great people working there and great leadership. So it's been a real pleasure working with them as well. And then lastly, I think I should thank the French government for the CIFRA contract, which you know, supports people doing industrial PhDs like mine. I think it's a really good idea, and I don't think it's done enough in Australia. So I think that's something that's quite great here in France. And then I also mentioned in my manuscript, but thank you to the French government for the healthcare you provided over the last few years, because I've made good use of that. So thank you, everyone.
So we leave you maybe to have just a celebration, and thanks for this morning of discussion, and thanks also the member of the jury and your tutors.
Can you stay just 1 minute so that we take a picture with you on
yes.
top of us? And so maybe someone has a... Owen, come with us. Thanks a lot. So we're done. So I think we can free everyone. So thanks for being here.
Yeah.
Bye.
Many congratulations.
Congrats.
Thank you.
Congrats.
Bye.
Bye.
Bye-bye. See you in the
Bye-bye.
next one.
Bye.